Hi, Bright Moon. Hello, Shadow. Hello, Rolts. Hello, Coroner Dweller. Nikki the Dog. Hello, Maxis. Serenity. Hello, Seer. Hi. Hello, A. Drift. Hello, Bright Moon. V Shine. Ella Draws. Rhubarb. Hello, everybody. Hello. Kitty. Hello. Hello, Drift. I'm saying hi to everyone I see in chat. You guys are the early birds. Hello, Indigo. Let's see. Penny's toxic girlfriend this time. We're getting more lore. Wait, we have to pull up Penny if we're gonna do Penny. Penny's toxic girlfriend. From A. Let's see. I would have done Penny. Oh goodness, I don't remember what stream that was. Maybe this stream? Did we do Penny on this stream? Yeah, we did. Yeah, you were first. You got like, as soon as they opened, you're like, I'm gonna get one. I think you and Serenity both got one like as soon as I ended Thursday's stream, and then the other 3 got them this morning. Let's see what Penny's toxic girlfriend looks like. Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh, you even have like an ear guide. That's really nice. I like vaguely remember you. Here. What does her... Do you have any pictures of her whole body colored? Oh, there's more. I just have to click the view more page. Whoa, who drew this one? Blonded 60s. Oh, you can't actually support them anymore. Okay, we're gonna ignore that. Okay. You attached her full body. Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, 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 you did, you did. She's right here. The girlfriends. You didn't finish your ref. Ain't that the truth? Oh, nuts. Hey, Faz. Yeah, I just didn't scroll down far enough because when I'm still getting used to like how coffee gives me all the information that you guys give me. It gives... So I have the Toy House link at the beginning, and then it has all of the stuff you guys write. And then at the end, it gives me the attachments, even though I feel like the attachments should be first. She is cutesy, but secretly very manipulative, conniving and stinky. Low-key quiet malice or false cutie expression. This girl reminds me of Sleek Paw. I'm rereading A Vision of Shadows right now. Oops, I accidentally rotated Penny. And I forgot how, like, annoying Sleek Paw is. I'm gonna... Please. I just want to shrink the window size. Thank you. There should be a quick key so I can shrink window sizes so I don't have to try to like find the like sweet spot where the double arrow shows up so I can shrink it. Yeah, A has good character designs. They have good humans too. I think I drew one of your human OCs as a chibi once. I just like your colors. Yeah, you actually cherish one of my human drawings. You can throw that one in the trash if you want. Oh, did she just show up on the finished examples? I have like a love-hate relationship with every time I try to draw a person. Sometimes I hit gold, but most of the time I'll like look at it a month later and I'll be like, this is so bad. Who let me do this? Hey Flow City, making stickers? What kind of stickers? Let's see, what kind of expression do I want her to have? I can either make her have a... or I can make her have a... The decisions. I feel like I could probably draw human commissions on stream, but my human commission stream would be like, okay, 2 humans. I feel like I can draw 2 humans and the time it takes me to draw like 6 cats. I want her to kind of go with her girlfriend. You guys want to know what I spent the healthy amount of yesterday doing? Not yesterday, it was the day before, because Friday was my I can do whatever I want day, and no one's gonna tell me what to do. I was revisiting the entire Pine Nose Spike Fur family, and I spent like way too long on characters that no one cares about. Not even me. Watching Parkour Civilization. No, I did watch a video on like the cryptology of the CIA slab in like the middle of their garden or something. It was just a short? It's just, oh, it's an anime. No, I haven't watched anime in a long time. Usually, I watch like YouTube documentaries and stuff like that. Your cat threw up everywhere. Can you clean it up? I've been there. Apple threw up food this morning. It's like the leaves are falling outside, so people are tracking leaves into everywhere in the house, and Apple just likes to like scoop up the leaves and eat them and then throw them up like 10 minutes later, and I'm just like, please stop doing this. The plot of the anime, but in Minecraft. Oh, it's like one of those SMP things. I never got into those. I'm just a little too old to enjoy that type of Minecraft content. Whenever I watch Minecraft content, I watch like speed builds of like insane castles and stuff like that. And I'm like, I wish I could do this, but I've sworn off Minecraft. My productivity absolutely tanks when I start doing Minecraft. When the Stardew Valley update. Has it dropped on any other console except for PC yet? Like, has it dropped on Switch or anything? Because wasn't that like last year that the actual like full update dropped? I guess it was probably in February or something. Okay, I'm okay. Just focus on the rest of her before you focus on her like little expression. Hi, Mofusai? Is that an... I cannot read your username very easily, but I think it says Mofusai. I kind of want her... to have a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Type of thing. But I don't want her to look like dead inside type. It's hard to explain. It's a very particular expression. I don't know if I'm gonna get it perfect. I'm not sure exactly how I want it to look. They don't seem too bad. They kind of remind me of I think they remind me of like, let's see. They are shaped, but so is Penny's. Penny does have satellite dishes, like a bat. I also want her to be very... rond. Why does Penny stay with, wait, who... Shoot, I already forget her name. Felina. Why does Penny stay with Felina if she's so toxic? Is Penny just like slightly toxic herself and she just doesn't know it yet? Scared of her? Oh no. Let Penny free. Free Penny. What did Felina do that makes her super toxic? I mean, honestly, cats are pretty toxic themselves. Like, just like every single cat has like very toxic traits. They knock things over when they're told not to and stuff. So I feel like to have a toxic cat OC is just like the way. It's the way of nature. Okay, let's render out her face one last time. Oh my gosh, Serenity, I had leftover pizza for lunch. Oh no, not the unwilling murder accomplice. That's kind of like Frostpaw is kind of like an unwilling murder accomplice because she's the one that like brings Curlfeather to get to murder. Me, everything relates back to warrior cats. I'm super sorry about this. I don't mean to say you're stealing warrior cats. It's mostly like warrior cats just steals other people's cool ideas. Hey Foggy. Been a while. I'm glad you could come today. These ones are usually a lot more chill than the ones on the weekdays. Yeah, I'm like one of those people that I'm like, I relate everything back to warrior cats, but not in like a way that implies somebody has stolen it from warrior cats. I'm like, wow, this reminds me of warrior cats, but if it was like written better, is mostly what I mean when I say stuff like that. Her ear fluffs kind of remind me of like anime characters that have like Madoka, that have the little pigtails on the side. I have a warrior cat AU where it was like, what if Starkland was more evil? So like the Dark Forest. What if... I don't have any warrior cats AUs. I'm boring. I'm like, I'm sitting here like... I really just don't. Hey Venus. Dude, I love Calyx. I give them to way too many characters. Oh no, I just got an email from my student loan people. Don't remind me I give you money every month. Do any of your cats in real life get like, I'll call them cowlicks, but they're really like pieces of fur that have come, like a whole entire tuft of fur that has come loose, but it's like stayed in their fur still until you like brush it out of them. Those kind of are like cowlicks if you think about it. The name for cowlick is so funny. It's like visual storytelling, but instead of it being visual, like, yes. Do you think that's how it actually came to be, though? How do you think that word actually came to be? I mean, it has to have something to do with that. It's like such a specific word. finally installed Blender. Blender's the free one, right? I think I have Blender. I think I installed Blender once just to open up a single file somebody had made for like a background that I needed to snip images from. Blender's on Windows. Or do you mean like drawing apps, FlowCity? I don't think Blender's on I didn't think Blender was a mobile app. Yeah, it does let you donate. Hello, Jay. Drawing apps on... Ooh. So are you on like a phone, FlowCity? Or are you on like a tablet? I don't know like any apps for mobile devices. I know Clip Studio Paint has a mobile version for like iPads and like tablets. So Clip Studio Paint doesn't have like a tablet app? Or does it? Or what about Kirita? Isn't Kirita a free app? I've never drawn on a mobile device, so I'm very not helpful here. I'm sure my chat is way more helpful than I am. Hello, Routes. Oh, I already said hi. But you might have, I think you were here before stream started and you might have left. Wait, did I use my hard brush for this? I think I did. I want it to match. Yeah. This is such a strange playlist. I like it. I like when playlists aren't just like, here's a whole playlist of Mario music, here's a whole playlist of Pokemon music. I'm like, can you mix it up a little bit? You don't think Kirita? I thought Kirita was on tablets, but maybe you're right. I honestly don't know. I know that some of the most common programs I see people use are Procreate, Clip Studio Paint, and Photoshop. And for animation, it's Kirita, Toon Boom, the one super expensive TV Paint. Seer has in fact drawn the character you're currently drawing. Oh my gosh. You're fine, Pocky. I'm not gonna lie, there are some streams I listen to muted. And I will not take it personally if I'm one of those streams for people. Sometimes you just want to vibe with the content. I don't think you missed much, Foggy. I think we were just talking about programs people use to like draw mobily. Just make drawing your job, eh? Then you'll have time to do it, but then you'll have time to draw things for other people and not your own OCs. Sad face. But then you can just draw art of your OCs and sell it, and then you have time to draw your OCs. That's the hack for today. This feels like Pikmin music, but it's not Pikmin music because I've played Pikmin. I need to know what this song is, what song this is from, because it's going to drive me insane. Yeah, it's from Pikmin 2. Okay. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's Pikmin music. Procreate is amazing if you like portability, but it's not the best if you have access to other options. I know that Procreate lets you import Photoshop brushes, which is a huge plus for me, but I've heard that sometimes they don't import correctly. It's kind of like a Clip Studio Paint thing, where you can import Photoshop brushes into Clip Studio Paint, but sometimes they don't like to import. They don't play nice. I probably use Clip Studio and Photoshop. I definitely still use Photoshop more, but I use Clip Studio a fair bit to feel comfortable using it most of the time. Let me know if her ears are off. Hey, you said that the ears are a little weird sometimes. For people. You have a really good tutorial for it now. Yeah, Velo's in there. Velo's mascot's so fun to draw. It's like the perfect doodle mascot. Her ears were just pink. Like the fur was pink? I thought, so I assumed, because I do this sometimes, where like I draw ears and then I have like the inside of the ears and I color the inside like a slightly different color than the outside. That's kind of what I assumed it was like. But a bunch of maps being like videos. Jay, I heard that there was some sort of it's like a European type thing. Yeah, it's like a copyright strike from like a specific European company where YouTube, they've been in like talks with YouTube. Oh, Evelyn's blocked. Just, I wonder if any of mine got blocked. They're just gone? I'm sure they're not gone. They're just blocked in certain countries, I thought. I mean, you can use a VPN. I think as long as right now talks are going on, I'm pretty sure it'll be fixed. This has happened before where like stuff gets canned in certain countries, and I think it usually sorts itself out. It has to be like European, it has to be European bands that got blocked. Because Glass Animals is British, right? Or is that not true? Oh, thanks, Foggy. When I was selling at a convention the other month, and this girl came up with her sister or something. I'm pretty sure they were sisters. And her sister was interested in my stuff, but I could tell like her younger sister was just following her around and wasn't really like looking. She was looking, but she wasn't like wanting to buy anything. And she like nodded at me and said, "Yeah, your art's edible." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you. I don't know what that means." But that comment reminds me of that. I was like, what did you mean by that? She like nodded her head and said, "Yeah, this is edible." And then she just walked away, and I was like, what just happened? It's a thing people say now? Yeah, I mean, I remember people going like, "Oh, it looks so yummy," or something like that, I guess. It's probably just like a continuation of that. This lighting has swag and the shading has yole. God dang it, I feel older every day. They don't really tell you that when you turn 20, but like, I feel like when you're in your early 20s, you still keep up with what people are saying and stuff, because you're in college. When you're in college, it's easy to keep up on the trends and everything. But once you're out of college, man, you just can't keep up. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain until you actually, like, witness it. You're like, oh god, I suddenly have no idea what people are saying. Unless you work at a school, yeah, that's true, eh? Unless you're, like, people who are continuing, but I don't work at a school or anything, so honestly, in most aspects of, well, that's not true. I just don't have any, the only time I'm talking to like people that are a younger age than me that aren't like in college or something, or like a lot of my college friends that are still in college are graduate students now, but they can keep up with the memes. But you guys are like my only outlet to like learning new memes. Feel proud of your guys' self. You guys can tell me misinformation all day long and I'll believe you. Please. You have a little bro in high school. Yeah, see, I don't have... My sister's a doctor now. She's like a second year doctor, resident. So she doesn't keep up with it. My niece is in... My oldest niece is 7. So she doesn't... Like, she's not old enough to actually be saying any of this stuff. So I don't have anyone that forces me to keep up with it. Yeah, my niece has like... She has like a kids tablet thing that she watches like YouTube Kids on. And then she goes outside. Don't go to the gas station. The gas is so bad for your car. And they're like, really? And I'm like, no. Yeah, it's amazing how not keeping up with social media, not having anyone to like tell you the new trends or whatever, like only talking to people that are like in their high 20s or /30s / older. Like, it's amazing how quickly you lose the ability to like understand. I don't want to call them memes necessarily, but like catchphrases, I guess, or yeah, at 21 I was still, you know, keeping up with it and stuff. I think it's because I've like I don't go on social media anymore because it's just so detrimental to your health. I go on social media probably like 30 minutes a day, and most of it's just to check my messages and answer questions if people have them for me. Like, I'm not actually scrolling a timeline or anything. I would say the most amount of social media I get is probably from YouTube, and it'd be like commentary channels. Like, sometimes I'll just listen to an in-depth commentary about a community drama that I have I don't care about at all, but I like the person's voice. Yeah, that's all I do on social media too. Serenity is like check my acts. I don't know, I don't keep up with politics. That's how you get depressed. There's a lot of stuff that you keep up with if you want to be depressed. If you don't want to be depressed, ignorance. I'm suddenly not depressed anymore. I remember somebody posted a meme in one of my chats the other day where they're like, they were like, this is my OC, but he uses Gen Alpha language, and the OC had like a bunch of memes that he was quoting, and I was like, I don't get this at all. Is this little dot right here something that's in... There's like a little dot on her chest. Neck? Chest neck? Neck chest? Okay, that's you being messy. Okay. Wait, you guys like legitimately have an OC that's like my Gen Alpha OC. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wait, when does Gen Alpha start? 2013? That's when I graduated high school. Man, 2013. I mean, a lot of the time, so the timing that generations start is very mixed. So technically I was born in between the millennial and the Gen Zs. Like, I could be part of either group. So there's not like there's not a strict, this is exactly when they start type of thing. Yeah, they kind of just blur because there's not really. For me, I feel like Gen Z really starts in full for people that were like, I wouldn't say iPad kids, but like people who finally got their own like personal laptops or like personal computers at like a younger age than a teen. I guess. I don't know how to explain it. For me, Gen Z starts at the year 2000. 97. Yeah, that's how I feel, Foggy. Yeah, so I feel like people who really felt like they were raised on the internet are Gen Z. I don't feel like I was raised on the internet per se. I didn't really start going on the internet until I was about 14. Without like parents' supervision. Like 14 was when I got my own personal like computer. I got my mom's old work laptop. What? Yeah. The time I had unsupervised access when I finally got my own device that could do the internet was when I was like 14. So then I see people that were like, oh, well, I started going online by myself when I was like 9 or something. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, I saw stuff that haunted me, like, when I was 14. I'm like, I can't even imagine. Me playing Dino Run. I used to play the VeggieTales games. There was this one with the cucumber that was like a superhero. I played that game all the time. And I played the SpongeBob game where you had to like wash the car in like the grocery parking lot. Played Club Penguin. Webkins, I played Webkins, played Neopets. But see, Webkins and Neopets I played on the family computer. I'm talking like I finally got my own computer I could have in my room. Yeah, we had a family computer. My mom and dad were in IT, so they had... It was also like a computer they'd use for work, but we could use it as like... We could use it to play computer games. Oh no, A already has the next OC that you once drawn. And I don't like how she worded it. Hey, Lettuce. Why am I on point sample? Give me a 3x3 average at least. Thank you. He's a weirdo. Just a weirdo. Not a reverse griffin. I'm gonna have to sketch that one off stream first. Pair phones? Was it like a show for kids, which is a show on Cartoon Network? Quick. What? Oh, oh yeah, iCarly had pair phones. I remember that. What was the show when you guys were kids and you, I don't know, maybe you guys are too young and people don't watch like Nickelodeon anymore? What? Okay. When I was younger, there was one show on Cartoon Network that my mom never wanted me to watch. I couldn't watch it. And it was Ed, Edd and Eddy. Did your parents also have a show like that? I just watched it when she wasn't home. Yeah, I don't know what she had against Ed, and Eddy. Cat Dog was banned? I remember Cat Dog. I watched Cat Dog all the time. I feel like Courage was also kind of like, she didn't want us to watch Courage. Of course, I don't really like it that much because it was a little too scary for me. Hey, Mackenzie. Well, I think they said hell in Ed, Edd and Eddy, which was probably why. It was banned. SpongeBob was banned? Oh my god. That's terrible. Yeah, I honestly had no desire to watch Courage, though. It was just terrifying. I didn't mind about that one. Yeah, I didn't watch any late night cartoons, but Courage scared you? I've never been a horror genre person. Like I don't even watch horror movies today. I don't like them. I don't need any more help being like anxious. Thank you. I do that perfectly fine on my own. My brain can take care of that all by itself. Dude, Drake and Josh was the GOAT. I don't think that there was any other show that my mom didn't really want me to watch. There were shows that I don't think she banned me from watching, but whenever they were on, I'd always change the channel because I didn't like them. Like, for some reason, I didn't like Kids Next Door. The actors were not friends at all. Yeah. Did some kind of Indiana Jones. It scared me. I can't remember any particular episodes of cartoon shows that, like, haunted me as a kid. Honestly. What haunted me as a kid was... I specifically remember being absolutely terrified by the first Harry Potter movie at the end, where there is a guy that has like a turban and he undoes his turban and there's like a face on the back of his skull, and I like that scared me so much. Just that concept. And I was like, all right, that's not for me. I remember Fred, yeah. Didn't Fred get his own movies? Fred and the Annoying Orange. That was... Fred was definitely my time. When I was like 13. Have I seen Bluey? I have watched Bluey with my niece a couple of times, not a whole episode because she'll usually get bored, but she had like a Bluey themed birthday party and stuff before. Bananas in Pajamas. I remember that show. Yeah, I like when I watch Bluey, I'm always very impressed by the animation. It's very clean. It is very impressive. I would agree with that statement. Watching an episode of SpongeBob where he was helping Squidward move the couch and it landed on his tentacle and ripped his nail off. I remember that! I do. I hate stuff like that, dude. My sister's a doctor and she said that every doctor has like a thing where they'll get like phantom pains for a specific... I don't know, but she can't do feet. I wonder if it was because of the SpongeBob episode. She's like, I have to get someone else to look at their feet if they have like feet problems. She gets like the phantom pains. Okay, let me know if anything looks off. I will send you the 2 versions. Anything with nails. Yeah, there's this Higurashi scene, which is an anime, that has like a scene with nails, like fingernails in it, and that one surprisingly doesn't bother me. I feel like it's just poorly animated though. Higurashi was one of the first animes I watched. I watched it in a math class when I was like in 8th grade or something. On YouTube in 9-minute shorts. Back to Kahi. Did I send you these via email or just over coffee last time? Just over coffee, okay. Okay. I know. I don't understand why. I guess it's because it's supposedly funny that it's like all of a sudden it's realistic or whatever, but honestly, I don't see the appeal anymore. When I was a kid, I didn't even really like it that much, that like all of a sudden it's like super realistic. Like, why is that needed? Wait, where did I just put her? Okay, there she is. Oh shoot, I have to attach it like that. It probably did come from a Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, you're right. It probably did stem from that, I'm sure all the generation of, like, cartoon makers were in that same class, like, in the same sort of class. Okay. Serenity, are you still here? Flapjack did it? Yeah. It's like the comic that says, I'm so hungry. Oh, yeah. I haven't seen that comic. Ugh. I don't know if Serenity's still here. They were here earlier. Oh, okay, you're here, okay. I was gonna start dwarves. Have I seen Hazbin Hotel? I have not seen it, but I have multiple friends that work on that show. So I've seen clips of it. I haven't watched. It's not really my show. It's not really my demographic. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people that work on that show used to do like WordCat maps. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you would be surprised by the amount of people they employ that used to do like WordCat maps. I feel like, yeah. Especially, like YouTube shows. Like, I feel like everyone either went to go work for Lackadaisy or the Hazbin Hotel, or both. I have no idea, Foggy. Have I seen the graphic novel? Yeah, I have. I've seen it. La, 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 la. Okay, here's the new Hawk Frost. Whoa, he's big. He's not big. Okay, let's save this. Let's go back to Silver Cloud. And stick him in there. Yeah, you guys probably know a lot of people that work on, or you guys have probably seen the work of a lot of people that work on those two shows. Confident or fierce, with one paw having his claw unsheathed. You got it, buddy. He's a Norwegian oh my gosh, a Norwegian Forest Cat Maine Coon mix. This boy must be huge. Sasha, a big boy. I also had Canon Tiger Star as a big guy. So, as I was saying earlier, guys, I'm rereading A Vision of Shadows, mostly to prep for the A Vision of Shadows poster. I actually managed to get through the entire first book of A Vision of Shadows relatively painlessly. I was kind of surprised. It was less painful than I remember. I remember the first book of A Vision of Shadows being honestly the worst book. It does kind of feel like that. I honestly don't remember having too many bad thoughts about A Vision of Shadows. But, okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, the first one is kind of really... So, I think the reason that I don't really enjoy the travel book of, like, The Apprentice Quest is because the group dynamic of it is very lacking. Like, the cast they chose to go on the journey didn't really have any chemistry with each other. Oh, I like Alderpaul, and I like Needlepaw and Alderpaul's, like, friendship a lot. He's the protagonist of every single book in A Vision of Shadows, Mackenzie. Anyway, I'm on Thunder and Shadow right now. I'm only like 6 or 7 chapters in. I've already read it, but... Yeah, I've read all the books. I reread them every once in a while, especially when I start like a... I think the thing that pisses me off the most is how honestly toxic Needlepaw is to Violet, and like the whole fandom doesn't care. Because I guess she redeems herself, but man, she does some like horrible stuff to her as like a kid. Like 3 months old. She does treat her like trash, and like the fandom doesn't care because she like doesn't treat her like trash at the end. Like, oh well, you die for her, so it's fine. But like, bro, she doesn't even like acknowledge that she exists until Alderpaul like basically guilt trips her into... I honestly feel like Needlepaw is just so annoying. She was a... Well, okay. So, I was looking at this, So at the beginning of AVOS, Needlepaw says that she's been an apprentice for 3 months. So she's at least 9 months old at the beginning. So by the time that Darktail comes into the forest and, like, he starts talking to the apprentices, Violet Kit is 3 months old. So that means Needletail's already a year old at that point. Needlepaw. So she's not really a kid anymore. I mean, she is, because she's only like... But she is old enough. If she actually, like, earned her warrior's name, she would have probably have been able to get it. At the same time, like, Sparkball gets hers. She is very selfish. Man, I don't see her. I mean, I haven't reread her redemption, but if I remember correctly, it takes her, like, she doesn't redeem herself until Shattered Sky. She was fun to read in the first book, but in the second book, she's just really manipulative and not fun to read, and then Sleep Paul's not fun, and I. I've never really liked Needle Paul that much, but yes, I've read all of them, Foxtail. I don't know if A Vision of Shadows needs, like, a dramatic rewrite, but it has a very unlikable cast for me. It's not super unlikable. Like, honestly, I honestly think Violet is one of the weakest point of views in the entirety of A Vision of Shadows, especially after Shattered Sky. But I honestly think Twig Branch is probably my favorite point of view. I like Twig Branch. Yeah, well, I feel like Violet Paw was literally... She's like such a plot device point of view for me. Like, she's literally the only reason that she's point of view is so we get a point of view in the kin. I mean, obviously they're all plot devices, but... Yeah, I think I want to do it like this. I'm trying to figure out... Yeah, Briarlight's like such a sweetheart in A Vision of Shadows. See, it feels kind of weird. I feel like his paws should be different. Oh, goodness gracious me. I like the shape of that paw, but it doesn't feel right with how everything else is. Like, I feel like it should be more... Me when I get a manicure. Me too. Yeah, I got this. I just have to... I also feel like he needs to be totally... I think the chibi proportions are throwing me off here. I also don't want to give him like hand mitt paws. I kind of like that. I'll just render it out later. Let me just get the rest of his like silhouette going, or his shapes. I almost feel like he should be sitting. I feel like when cats have their paws up like this, they're usually sitting. He also needs to be taller. I'm gonna shrink him a little. Yeah, Foxtail, I know what you're talking about. I'm glad you watched it. I did that like 4 years ago, I think. I did that in like 2022 or 2021. Nah, you can totally animate. He makes Silver look like itty bitty. I'm gonna shrink his slightly. Are they married? Wait, they are? Oh my gosh. Hawkfrost deserves so much less. I'm just kidding, he doesn't. I'm drawing all the lore today. What did Silver Cloud's tail look like? Okay. I feel like his paw looks like a little stiff. Wait, do they have kits though? Does he name one of his kits Tadpole? More lore. I feel like yeah, this is a Hawkfrost AU. I feel like the only time that I make cats get together in like Warrior Cat OCs is because I want them to have kids. There's no other reason. It's literally just a means to an end. I mean, that's pretty much what Warrior Cats does, so... Okay, let's render out his face a little bit more. Hawkstar sounds more interesting than Misty Star. Maybe Splashtail was one of his kits. Smile. Well, I'm like Nightheart and Sunbeam won't stop shutting up about how they want kits, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna have kits from them soon. And I think that Twig Branch and Finleaf was like one of the first times that the Errands have actually said that. Have actually done a thing where it's like they get together and... Honestly, I don't blame Finleaf at all for being like, okay, when can we have kits? Because that's literally how every single other relationship next to the lake works. People like hate on Finleaf for saying that, but it's like, bro, chill. I honestly didn't think it was that big of a deal, I remember. I mean, it's not like he keeps asking her after she says, nah, not yet, dude. Honestly, you're so right. Like, Twig Branch and Finleaf are the ones that actually should be having kids, because they're not related to anybody. I would say, no, ThunderClan is literally just Firestar Frostfurkin. Like, if you're not related to Firestar, you're related to Frostfur. I honestly really like Finleaf. He has one of my favorite, like, moments in Warrior Cats. Like, when they're giving his tail, like, the ceremony. Like, the cutest thing in the world. I don't think so. Is Plum Willow? It's Plum Willow and, what's his name? Sandy? Sandy something? I don't think that they're first cousins. Now I have to look. Hold on. Sparrowpelt and Tiny Cloud. Tiny Cloud's brothers Rockshade and Bouncefire. Sandy knows. Clovertail and Patchfoot's his... I don't think they're related. Are they? Hold on, I'm looking at his family tree. Where is he? Okay, okay. So, Finleaf is Sandy Nose's son. Sandy Nose is the son of Patchfoot and Clovertail. Clovertail had 3 kits with somebody else before she had kits with Patchfoot. And out of those 3 kits, Tiny Cloud was one of them. Tiny Cloud and Sparrowpelt make Pebbleshine, and Pebbleshine and Hawkwing make Twig Branch. They're not first cousins. They are related, though, of course. Finleap's grandma is Twig Branch's great-grandma. I would say that's not very related. And they're like half cousins twice removed or something. Yeah, they are complicated. They're like a puzzle. I think that's why a lot of people are attracted to them, because they are like a puzzle game. See, what you really have to do is you go to a cat breeding calculator and you type in all of these cats, and then you press, there's a cat breeding calculator that tells you how inbred a cat is. So if they match, if they're not inbred on the calculator, they're not inbred in real life. That's what I do when people tell me that Ivy Pool and Fern Song are too much related and that they're weird. I'm like, look at the calculator. Fern Song and Ivy Pool, Bristle Frost is not inbred. The calculator tells no wrong. I didn't have that in my head, Tails. I read that off the Warriors Wiki. I trust the breeding calculator that cat breeders use to make sure that their purebreds are not inbred. Moonpaw, there's no excuse. Moonpaw's like absolutely no excuse. I honestly have no idea why they did that. They literally have a family tree on their website. So it's like, there's no excuse. Night Sun was literally right there. I know. I don't know what they were thinking. I genuinely don't know if they even care anymore. Not related. Name Night and Sun. Not Moonpaw's parents. Night is even related to Firestar. Like, I know that Bayshine and I think Thriftier... No, technically Thriftier is not related. Yeah, she is through Fern Song. Because Ivy Pool's not technically related to Firestar. She's related to him through Jake, but she doesn't have Firestar blood type thing. Does that make sense? Like, they're kin, but they're not. But Thriftier... Not Thriftier. Fern Song does, because he's Lion Blaze's kid. Bayshine, I don't think has any. I think he's related to Thriftier through Fern Song. Isn't his mom like another Sorrel kit? Or is it Snowbush? I can't remember. The newer cats I get all mixed up on. Bayshine. Yeah, his mom's Sorrel Stripe. Dunos, too. Dunos is another Brightheart kit. So, like, Thriftier and Bayshine are related on both fronts. Falls in love with one Wing Clan point of view. I definitely believe we're gonna get a Wing Clan point of view. There's like very little doubt in my mind that we're gonna end up with a Wing Clan point of view next arc. But we gotta get through Star first. Star comes out in November? Yeah, Dunose is part of Brightheart. Dunose is Brightheart's second litter. Amber Moon, Dunose, and Snowbush. Which means Dunose and White Wing are siblings, and White Wing... So Dunose is Ivypool's uncle. Which means that Thrift Ear is Dunose's... Oh gosh, I want to say like... That would be your... second cousin... Or like a cousin twice removed or something like that. The ghost of his dead sibling. No. Splashtail definitely speedran the Hawkfrost arc. See, if Hawkfrost just like waited it out until Misty Star died, he could have become the leader that he always wanted to, but he just didn't have patience. He would have been just as old as Mothwing, and she's still alive. People want Mothwing to be leader. He's still younger than Bramblestar. He's about the same age. He's a little bit older. He would have been younger than Leafstar. He would have been a little bit older than Squirrelflight. Oh yeah, I'm sure Mothwing's dying next book. But will Mothwing go to StarClan? Or do you think she'll just be a ghost cat? My favorite warrior cat? Overall? I don't know if I have one that's overall. I definitely have cats I really like. A lot of like protagonists. Like I like Clear Sky, Grey Wing, Shadow Sight. I like Root Spring. I really like Dovewing and Ivypool. Those are like some of the cats that whenever I see merch of those ones, I'm like, oh, I need that. River Ripple. Mothwing goes to StarClan and she's like, I feel like she's gonna be like a Ravenpaw, where Ravenpaw, I don't know. Maybe she'll be a guardian cat, like she'll join Juniper Claw. Yeah, Grey Wing's the only one that even in my like, he's the only one that every single time I read it, I still like get choked up a little bit. I'm like, it's such a good death. It's such like a good send-off. would be a breath of fresh air. I feel like she wouldn't beat around the bush and tell clans what they're... She probably wouldn't ever get a prophecy. She'd probably just be like, what are you doing? It's all your freaking problem already. And then you just peace out. There are raccoons now. You come in here, Axes, you come in here, you disgraced my favorite death after I said it's my favorite, and then you're gonna just like, you think we're gonna let that stand? I'm just kidding. To each their own. We haven't had a, did we have a prophecy? We haven't had any prophecies this, this arc, though. Did you guys know that? Banhammer. Grey Wing was mid. Ban! Grey Wing's death was actually below mid. The craziness. We have an anarchist in chat. There was a prophecy in a shadowy place. I don't think we've had any legitimate prophecies this arc. I think we've just had Frostpaw's imagination. Hold on, let me check. There's like a prophecies and omen page on the wiki. It was where to find Reed Whisker. I don't think that was a... Oh. Let me check. Okay, there was an omen. There was an omen. There is a darkness in River Clan closer than you think. Well, that was their prophecies, technically. And then... in Wind, Frostpaw dreamt of a shadow obscuring the sun and making the river disappear. And then she had the vision of lightning splitting the river in two and a storm destroying the moor. So the only actual prophecy we got was there's a darkness in River Clan. I don't think she had one to find Reed Whisker. Did she? Do you think we're gonna get like a full-on prophecy again? We haven't really had a full-on prophecy for an arc since like A Vision of Shadows that was named after the prophecy. That's why I'm like wondering if Changing Skies might be named after a prophecy. Well, Whistleball gets one in Ivy Pool's heart. Yeah, I'm live Tuesday and Thursday. I work on Warrior Cat stuff. So those are like the Warrior Cat streams axes. I work on like my Warrior Cat online shop merch. And then on Saturdays or Sundays, most of the time it's Sundays just because of how my schedule works is when I do commission streams. So that's when you can get a slot and I can draw your OC and then we talk about OCs. It's a much more chill stream than it is on the weekends. I probably get less viewers on my commission streams, which is understandable. But the viewers I do get usually interact. It's like a very cozy stream. Like, we're usually pretty interactive on the weekend. The most memorable deaths for me always include background and unnamed characters. I understand that. Some of like the most brutal scenes happen to characters that you don't even care about, and so it's like you can't, like, I don't know. It's like even more brutal, and it's like if you did know about them, they would never have died that way or whatever. Like Moonshadow's death is really like brutal. I don't know if people can send links in chat, Axes, but if you want to talk about your OC, you can. Okay, it's time. This tabby design rivals Lady Telia's tabby design. I just want to let you know, Serenity. And I say that in a good way. Like you clearly got them down pat. Can't believe you caught alive. Much love. Thank you. Oh, you're friends with Telia? Well, some of her skills obviously rubbed off on you. I use a couple different brushes for line art. The one I'm using right now is like a softer brush. It's a brush that I usually use for prints because I find that it blows up a lot better than my really hard ground brush. But I found this specific one. I think it was from a Tirana Cliff brush pack. Because it says it's from a pack called Tirana Cliff Nguyen Brushes 2016. They are closed for today. The slots did get filled up. They were open when I scheduled the stream, and then they filled up after. Yeah, no problem. I open them up. I open like 5 or 6 a week, and I open them up on Thursday for the weekend stream. I think if you follow my coffee, you get like a notification when I have slots open though. I'm not sure how that works. So first death. Oh, you didn't get a notification? I have no idea how that works. Yeah, I get email notifications when you guys buy commissions. That's when I find them. I'm like, oh, somebody bought a commission. I get an email notification. So I'm not sure how coffee actually does it. And I don't know if people... I mean, I check my email every day, so... You have to make a post about it? Okay, I might make posts then. Good to know, good to know. I'm very new to using coffee. You made Raijin your OP2 OP? I just said your OC. I just said OP twice. Is this a Warrior Cat OC? It doesn't sound like one. We welcome all types of OCs here. Oh, he's got the little dots on the back of his ears. Oh, I like that. Oops. What? I guess it makes sense that his name is Raijin and he does lightning. He can bend reality with it on an atomic level. That does sound a little... That does sound like there's not that much that can stop him. That sounds like some sort of like JoJo enemy where it's like I'm unstoppable and then there's like small text in between the contract lines that's like, actually there's this one thing you can do that makes him completely stoppable. A swirling river type feel. I think you definitely nailed it. Is this like a comic you're doing, Axis, or is it just like its own character? You haven't like done anything with it yet? Comic, okay. I want to make my own comic. Not like a whole comic. I just want to do like a practice comic to see. Honestly, I just kind of want to do it for my portfolio. It seems like making a comic would be kind of difficult. I guess it's just like sequential storytelling, like storyboard or something. I keep getting comments that people are like, you should do a Clangen comic, and I don't know what that would entitle. What does that mean? I tried, I know what Clangen is, and I tried looking up like Clangen comics, but I couldn't find like a specific genre that entitled, I guess. Like, are they just one-offs? Oh, that's a cool idea, Maya. Also, I'm not sure, like... Yeah, I tried looking on Tumblr Clangen comic. But I got an ask the other day that said I should do those, and I'm like, well... That could be interesting. Like, if they're just one-offs or, like, really short stuff. Because I'm looking for, like... comics to fill my portfolio in my sequential art. And I was like, oh, that could be a good idea. Did you like mean to make him super OP, Axis? Because I feel like a good character should feel like they have flaws, you know? Like, if you want to follow them. You draw what happens in your clan in-game every moon. Some people add extra lore, some keep it to just strictly in-game stuff. That sounds like very tedious, though, because Clangen goes really fast. So... I mean, if you just do it every single moon, it's just gonna get really tedious. Only do one panel. I kind of wish Clangen had a way for you to, like, control multiple clans at once. Not at once, but, like, I wish I could have, like, 4 clans around the lake and that I could control or view the actions of all of the clans at once. And I can choose how much I want them to interact with each other, etc. Okay, so you only follow a couple cats. What if that cat just all of a sudden dies? I guess that... Sometimes that happens a lot in Clangen. Where you're like, I'm super invested in this one cat and they just die. Yeah, I kind of want... I think it'd be cool to be able to choose your region in Clangen as well. So, like, I should be able to put, oh, I want this to happen in North America, or I want this to happen in South America, and Clangen can give you a list, like, it has a list of animals that can be interacted with depending on which region you pick. Like, it doesn't have to be super extensive, but just to make it a little bit more... You get 200 cats. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel when I play Clangen. I just let everyone in. Actually, I think I'm gonna make that on the beach stuff. Oh yeah, they do let you have different types of clan, like, spaces for them. I think I always just choose the forest one. I don't play Clangen that often. I'm quite bad at it when I play. Like, I get bored very quickly. Hey, Bingo. 400 cats alive? Wait, can you just, like, can you do calls? Is that something that you can do? Thanks, Bingo. You can just be like, all right, guys, it's time to stop. Turning on mass extinction a bit. I completely mush-mouthed that entire sentence, but I understood what you meant. See, I think that 400 cats would be fine if it was spread out between, like, if it was spread out between, like, multiple clans. It's not fine. That's way too many cats, but... I mean, ending up with 400 cats is it's very realistic. Am I making a clan? I'm not. I'm doing commissions right now. I'm gonna do the strikeys. You'd watch a Clangen. I think that at one point I did Clangen streams. I would do a Clangen, or I wouldn't do a full stream, but while I was taking a break, like resting my arm or my wrist or whatever, we did like a couple moons of Clangen. I feel like we did that a couple times. I feel like I'd get too invested in my Clangen. I feel like whenever I play Clangen, I get really invested in one particular, like, maybe 2 or 3 characters, and then once they die, I'm like, alright, I'm done. I like that Clangen lets you, like, lets them find feathers and stuff to put on their tails and everything. Or they can put, like, shells on their bases or I don't know. I like that they can find cute little accessories. See ya, Bingo. Thanks for popping in. Man, this pattern is giving me quite a run for my money on his back. Tabbies always give me a run for my money when I try to, like, change their tabby markings into, like, when they're sitting down. Okay, Axis, I'm having a hard time believing that you actually don't like the fact that your characters have, like, overpowered powers, because all your characters do. Like, it sounds like something you actually do really like. I'm not saying that in, like, a mean way, I'm just making an observation. Antler kit. And then another. Oh yeah, that's weird. Has that ever happened in... No, I don't think that's ever happened in Warrior Caps. Yeah, I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I just, like... It seems like you really enjoy them. Thinking of something that makes sense that would nerf them. Well, you could always, like, limit their powers. Like, the one that controls electricity, don't... Or, like, give them a character flaw that makes them not... Like, even though their powers can do that, maybe they don't really realize that they can do that. Or something like that. Like, they have a character flaw. Kind of like the Thor thing, where... he doesn't become OP until he realizes he's already has the power or whatever. like they could always evolve into those powers. So maybe like at the beginning he doesn't, like your OC doesn't have the ability to do all that stuff, but by the end of the story, when he's gone through his whole entire like character development, he can actually do it. Yeah. Wow, this is a very long comic. I say as I sit here talking about a book series that has like 80 million pages. That seems like a very... Honestly, that seems like it's really intimidating for a new reader to, like, read up to. Although I feel like that with most comics. I didn't grow up reading comic books, but I feel like a lot of comics are very... I mean, it's like that with Warrior Cats. Some people don't want to start Warrior Cats because it's, like, intimidating with how many books there are now. Whoops. Please. The zoomies. My Photoshop on this computer gets the zoomies all day long. Yeah. My friend tells me that all the time when I tell her that I don't want to watch One Piece because there's like over 1,000 episodes, and it's just like I just can't dedicate time to watching One Piece. And then she's like, okay, but you dedicated like you drew 1,400 Warrior Cats. And I'm like, you're right. But I've also been reading Warrior Cats for like 20 years, so... It might be Maya. I know that a couple of playlists I do have like nostalgic video game songs on there as well. There's one that I listen to that has the Nintendogs walking music on it. Did you know JoJo has more pages than One Piece? Yeah, but JoJo's like got arcs. So you're not following... So with One Piece, even though it has arcs, you're following the same cast the entire time. Like, you're following the Luffy guy. But with JoJo, you're following a different... Like, you don't have to read all the arcs to understand what's happening. Like, in fact, I agree that I would argue that most JoJo arcs, except for, like, maybe 3... Like, if you don't... I mean, even if you don't read the first or, like, watch the first one, you can understand what's happening with 3. Okay, Axis. I don't know if I respect any of your opinions, I'm gonna be honest with you. You come in here and you insult every single thing I like. I'm just joking. We clearly have different opinions, though. Hey, Fusion. I heard. I've been following the hurricane. I hope people that are in the path of it are okay, because it's been really crazy. My favorite arcs of JoJo aren't even the ones with Dio, though, Axis, so like... 100-year-old trees are down. Are you in Florida, or are you in like the Appalachians? Because honestly, I feel like the Appalachians got hit harder because they don't usually need like storm protection like that. Yeah, Dio is like the most mid JoJo villain. You're south, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I hope everything's okay. I'm surprised that you're like still have power and stuff. Oops. I like picking apart tabby colors. It's like a huge puzzle to me. It's very relaxing for me to like draw tabbies or like copy a tabby's colors. I think I'm going to color all of that. There's been a 3-hour wait just for gas. Oh gosh. So are you on your phone or something? Don't use your phone battery watching my stream. Oh my gosh. Wait, so when you say that there's like 40,000 pages, are those all drawn? This is insane. I feel like I've gone down a rabbit hole with you joining, Axis. I feel like you're just a rabbit hole I need to solve now. Like, casually coming into a stream and being like, yeah, I've drawn 400,000 pages of my own comic. I'm like extremely interested. I'm like, wait, hold on. Yeah, I have a story in the works with characters from the Lorraine Kingdom. It's in the works. I say that in like the most broad sense of the word, as in I could never figure out what my establishing. I'm more interested in how like characters interact with each other and how they like can grow off of each other than I am actually making like a cohesive, interesting plot line. I would love to do something with it one day. It's like Axis has their own Warrior Cats family tree. I'm like, oh my gosh. This is so weird. How did you even find this stream? Yeah, my favorite JoJo part is Golden Wind and Steel Ball Run. We love cowboys here. We love D for D. Or D for C, not D for D. Okay, stay safe, Fusion. Hopefully everything starts to calm down by the end of the weekend. Filthy acts at a reasonable price. I feel like you're just typing, you're like typing numbers in a way that just makes it seem like there was a lot of them. Like there's no way that that's the actual number type of thing. Does that make sense? Like they just feel like numbers. Oh, I'm sure it is. How long did it take you to like... What? I don't know. How long did it take you to make all of this lore? I'm like sitting here like, yeah, I would love to make a comic, and then Axis is in here like, yeah, this is how much dedication you need, and I'm like, maybe I won't make one. I know, Maya, I feel like I'm getting trolled. I'm like very amused. I don't know what my favorite stand is. There's so many like funny ones. Wait, what? You've been formulating this story since you were 6 years old? Okay, you're definitely trolling. You're so trolling. We've been punked, people. Yeah, there are cameras here. That's actually the most believable part. You're on, honestly, you're kind of onto something, eh? Since 6? I feel like when I was 6, I was just too into Pokemon and Pooh Bear to like do anything. I guess, no, when you're 6, you're in 1st grade, right? When I was in like 3rd grade, I had this whole entire like mass family tree for like a hamster colony that I would like draw on my notes. Or not notes, but like on my homework and stuff like that. You made the first card at 6? Man, some people are just built different. It takes me so long to do things with my life compared to some people. In 4th grade. Wow. See, this is what I mean when I'm talking about people who have been on the internet since they were like I didn't really get internet access until I was in middle school. Like the people that got internet access in elementary school are just like built different. How long have I been doing digital art? Since I was like 14. So 15 years, I suppose. Yeah, Lemon, I am much older than people who consume my content, but I'm pretty sure that's a pretty normal thing. Yeah, this design's pattern is pretty insane. It's okay because I think there's two, so this is my second one. So I'm pretty sure the other designs in here, there's only one other one that might give me trouble. I think the other ones are all pretty straightforward, so we're fine. We're still on track. If you look at other big Warriors creators, there's definitely like, I'm definitely a outlier in the Warrior Cats fandom because a lot of people tend to leave the Warrior Cats fandom. I would say they're only here for maybe like 2 or 3 years and then they'll move on to something else. So quote unquote popular artists in the Warriors fandoms tend to just move on, and I never moved on because it's my special interest. I'm not gonna ever stop drawing Warrior Cats, and I've accepted that fact. I'm gonna be like those people that draw like that make Smurfs merchandise like 20 years after the show's gone, and I've just accepted the fact that I'm gonna be like that. And it's just never gonna change. People are always they'll be like, oh my gosh, I didn't think that you're gonna make Warriors content anymore. Actually, some people legitimately think that, but I think it's because my style's changed a lot since like 2025, and I stay on Tumblr a lot. So I get asks all the time on Tumblr that's like, oh my gosh, your art just went through my dashboard. I didn't know that you still drew Warrior Cat stuff. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I never left. Yeah, the only time I really moved, I would say I moved on from Warrior Cats was when I was in the Homestuck fandom in high school. So, I just came back after high school. There's something about the Warrior Cats fandom that just keeps me coming back. I feel like, and I say this in like a knock on wood because I really hope this never happens, but I feel like the only reason I would stop drawing Warrior Cats is if I was DMCA'd by the actual people, I was for some reason canceled, which I hope never happens. I don't feel like I've done anything cancelable, but I would be like really sad about that. Yeah, forced to stop would be probably the only reason I would stop drawing Warrior Cats. And even then, I'd probably still draw Warrior Cats. I just wouldn't be showing it to anybody. Except for, like, my friends. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably get canceled for liking Clear Sky eventually. Sigh. Yeah, anyway, I hope I never get canceled. That's like my biggest fear. Because sometimes I feel like people get canceled and I don't even know. It feels like even if you were canceled by like somebody for a not like it doesn't, I don't know. It's really hard to uncancel somebody even if the person that canceled you was proven to like want you gone out of malice. Yeah, I always like am really happy when people have been watching me for years and years and years because that means that they've seen my art for years and years and years, and they stuck with me, and I'm like, I really appreciate that. Because drawing art is really like a journey. Oh, does he have... He has the scars on his, Serenity, are you still in here? Yeah, you are. Does he still have the scar on his nose, even without, like, the Tiger Star scars? I think that I misinterpreted that when I was drawing him. Okay, I'll add him in. Applesauce didn't deserve death for cheating. Honestly, yeah. I mean, that's why he Maple stays in the Dark Forest, right? Do you think Changing Skies would be the last one for... No, not at all. I think that the graphic novels have really fueled, like, the graphic novel being such a huge hit. Like, it was a New York Times bestseller. It's the first time that the graphic novels for Warrior Cats has been in the New York Times bestsellers. They were on back order for a lot of places. Like, it sold super well. I think that it's really reignited, the finances that are coming into Cool Abbey is the people that own Warrior Cats, but like HarperCollins, I don't think that they would stop commissioning Warrior Cat books until then. I guess I could see them possibly only making... I don't think that they would just start making remakes. The thing about Warrior Cats is I feel like it stays successful because there's a steady stream of content constantly coming out of Warrior Cats. Like, I feel like if the book series stopped, people wouldn't want to buy merch anymore. They wouldn't be as invested in, like, a movie series coming out. All this stuff, you know? I don't know. I feel like... I mean, I know people that only read the main series, so... I feel like, if anything, they just make main series books and stop doing super editions. I mean, they've stopped doing novellas. They replaced the novellas with, the graphic novels. The standalone graphic novels for a while. The Roblox side of the fandom is huge. Yeah. I mean, if you look at their financials, the Roblox website gives them a decent chunk of money, like the Cool Abbey people. A Dark Path Chosen animation. I did that. I had just dropped out of my first college and I didn't have anything to do, so I did the Dark Path Chosen animation while I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. I ended up going to a different college. But I was like, I didn't know what to do with my life, so I'm like, I'll animate cats. That's pretty much how my life goes. It's like, don't know what to do with your life? Animate cats. I've actually... There are some people that voice acted... So the person that voice acted Longtail in that short is actually the voice of Ravenpaw and... Oh gosh, Lionheart, I believe, in Warrior Cat Animated. Connor. He's like a pro now. Crazy. Yeah, the Longtail VA is Ravenpaw and Lionheart, I think. I don't know. I actually met him in real life just this year with a bunch of other people at a meetup in New York. He's very nice. Okay. Oh, he needs his little diamonds. I'm like, I think he's done. He's not done. He needs his diamonds on his chest or his little arrows. A darker patch on his shoulder. Okay, I see what you're talking about. How did you find all the voice actors? Honestly, I think so. I did a casting call on YouTube, and then they sent me emails. So it was, I had an email set up for the casting call. And honestly, I feel like a lot of the voice actors I got for that, one of them was already helping me do the animation. So they just like lent their voice. Like the person that did the Red Tail voice actor, Rad, they were already helping me like color and like do in-betweens and stuff. So they just voice act that. Spotted Leaf was Blixamy. And I think Blixamy was just active in the fandom and wanted to pitch in, and they had a good mic because... But it was before Blixamy, I think, really took off. The Blue Star person helped me. I think the only people I really had to search for was Darkstripe and Longtail. And they didn't get that many, they didn't get that many auditions because they were both like, they needed a male type voice. But I don't know, I just happened to get those two people. But whenever you do voice acting auditions for a Warrior Cat project, it's always like the young apprentice female voices that get the most amount of like attention. Like you'll get the most amount of voice acting for them. So it is actually really hard to fill male voices. Like Connor did Lion Blaze for the Fourth Apprentice. I think the person that did Darkstripe ended up doing a voice for the Omen of the Stars as well. Hold on, someone's texting me. Oh, it's just junk. Okay, you said Dark's patch, and then he has darker paw pads on the back. And he needs the dark patch. Honestly, that's pretty much what a lot of people do. I remember way back when we were all like 13, 14 and we were doing our Warrior Cat stuff, a lot of us got like our mom and dad to voice act like Blue Star or like Lionheart and stuff like that. Okay, what do you think? Do you think he's finally... Oh wait, hold on, do you think he's finally done? He is definitely not animatable, I would say. I would say do not make this design part of an animated project. I think people would legitimately riot. If they could act a scene that I would animate it and no one has. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me send the message over. Oops, I forgot that I have to do it a different way. I always forget that coffee I have to like, I can't just drag it in like I can on like a Twitter or something. I have to actually like click it. There we go. Yeah, Lady Atelia would probably animate this, no problem. Are you saying that my... Yeah, why are we calling things mid? Why don't we just calm down? We have sit here politely and listened to your OC rambling, Axis, so you don't need to be calling people's other OCs and designs mid. And if you start being, like, passive-aggressive to people in chat, I am going to mute you. Like, we can keep some good vibes in here. And not call other people's creations mid. Okay, is Mokusai in here? It's not a joke if people take offense to it. You can't just say it's a joke if people are like legitimately kind of bothered by what you said. Okay, hello Mokusai, it is your turn. Let me grab your OC. Aw, thanks, Ninja. Okay, let me mark... Visas completed. You're making me flex my sleep schedule. Oh my gosh. Last night, one of my friends like texted me at like, it was like 10 p.m. and he was like, you want to play a game? And I was like, not really. He's like, but everyone else is playing. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, okay. And I'm like sitting here. It took us like an hour to set up the game. And I'm just like, I gotta do stream tomorrow. Are they still being mean? Yeah, I usually open them on Thursdays. And then if you follow my coffee, somebody said that if I write a message on my profile when I open them, you can get notified. Yeah, I open them on Thursday. And honestly... typically, they don't get filled until Sunday morning. So you could check on like Friday. They probably would still be open. Okay. Birchleaf, I am not super close to any of my voice actor friends anymore. So, I don't know if I would feel comfortable asking them. But you can usually, like, I think that there's Discord groups and stuff that you can advertise, like, that you need. Like, if you can, like, post on Twitter and stuff. Oh, you're the one with this guy. I'm very fascinated with this design, Mokusai. Also, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm saying your name like it's Japanese. I don't know if it is Japanese. It is Japanese, okay. I quite like this design. Yeah, when I saw this design, it's like a cougar or something. I don't know. OC Edward. Name is Edward. A is like an anthro. Time to spend just as much time on this one. I promise that the next two aren't going to take me that long. Bending, getting ready to jump forward. Okay. I like anthros like this that are like, I don't know, fully clothed. I don't mean that in a weird way, but I find that like I'm much better at drawing the designs if they have clothing. Like they feel less empty. Very fancy. Exactly, Moksai. I feel like if I have an anthro... Okay, that's it. We're going to put you in timeout until you learn manners. But yeah, I feel like if I have an anthro cat, it's kind of pointless for me to make him, like, make that OC an anthro and not give them clothes, because otherwise I just want to make them a regular cat, you know? You're fine, A. You could have given him a timeout. I trust you. I honestly... Surprised it took me that long to time them out. They've just been being very rude to people in stream and calling everyone's designs mid and not really giving people courtesy. And I'm kind of tired of it. So we put them in timeout. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's draw the initial pose. One second. Yeah, his name Edward. Perfect name. You're telling me that he drinks his tea with one pinky out, but I have to draw him like lunging forward, like a A maniac? How am I going to... How am I going to marry these two ideas? Oh no, it's not complicated. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to draw him. Without it looking too silly. I have no idea, Birchleaf. There is a website. I know that there's a website that voice actors use to, like, audition for things. Hey, Puppy Kid. Welcome. I think you have missed a couple streams. We were doing Dawn of the Clans last week. I am speeding through the Dawn of the Clans poster. Let's see. I feel like I kind of want him to, like, have, like, a regalness to, like, him jumping. Your user will probably be different. Oh my gosh, how are we going to tell? How are we going to tell who you are? Like, your whole name? Yeah, he has to look regal but dynamic. I can't have, like, I don't want him to look like he's crazily lunging. Space mission. Yeah, A, that's how I feel. I, like, never change my name online. You keep changing his pose. I feel you. See, I want him, like, lunging, but I feel like if he has his shoulders up like this, he looks too crazy. But... Maybe if he... I did this pose once with someone. This wasn't an anthro pose, but... with the cat. I studied astronomy once in high school. I took, like, an online class. I don't think I actually ended up finishing it. Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm not even joking. I'm looking at this picture from Warrior Cat Designs. I think it's my roach picture. No, it's not my roach picture. It's, what's his name? He's from the kin. Nettle. Looking at my Nettle picture. Could you add Puppy into Space Mission? Like, you could be like a Space Puppy mission. Puppy on a space mission, what will he do? Puppy on space mission? Isn't that just like the... Isn't that just the, was that the Russian dog? Wait, there's people stuck in space right now? I've not heard of this. Is it... Why are they stuck in space? Are they on the space station? Who put them there? Oh wait, hold on. I need to change the thing. Songs. Let's see. Upbeat and chill video game music sounds good. They're literally setting it up so they can vote, but they still can't come home. Is it like some sort of like red tape thing? Do you want him to have like an angry face or like a noble-y face? Mokusai. Like, do you want him to have a hissing face? I can't remember if you said something to the effect. To look proud and cocky. Okay. Mario Galaxy music is kind of S tier. Sent up to NASA, but NASA thought there was issues on the ship, meant to come take them home, but they haven't. So they're not even on the International Space Station. That's so sad. They're on their own space. Oh, okay, they're on the space station. They were only supposed to be there for a week. But it's been months. What does, like, zero gravity do to you? Like, if you're up there for months? Being stuck in space? I don't know. I would find that fine. I'd honestly be okay with my life if I got stuck up in space, I think. I like space. I find space very fascinating. Makes your bones weaker. I feel like yeah, as long as they're like exercising and stuff. I honestly really want to experience zero gravity at least once in my life. I'm not gonna lie. I know that there's ways to experience it on Earth for like a few seconds, but I legitimately want to know how that feels. Still an adjustment. Oh, that's interesting, Puppy Cat. I never would have thought that that would be an issue. SpaceX is on their way. Well, at least someone is on their way. Actually, that's way too big for the shoulder pad. Man, Professor Layton music is actually perfect for drawing this man. Yeah, I've heard of that story. It's like the funniest story ever. I don't think that NASA will ever live that down. I find space just fascinating. I honestly do. I'm not really scared by it. I don't know if it's because I didn't have like my dad was really interested in space, so sometimes I wonder if that's like a reason. Like if your parents don't like space, if they like somehow kind of like ingrain that into you. I find it fascinating. I don't like that. I don't like that. I break his arm. I almost feel like, no, I like the arm going all the way up like that. I'm okay if people want to live on Mars. That's less people to be on Earth. I just let people do whatever they want, honestly. I mean, I'm not... I just... As long as they're not like, you know... Yeah, you guys can go to Mars. I don't care. Why should I, like, prevent people who don't want to live on Earth anymore from living on Earth? I'm like, whatever. You go for it, man. Okay, this hand is causing me great pain. Shape it out. Shape it out. Not a forbidden hand. I honestly feel like I have more problems drawing chibi hands than I do drawing real hands. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I feel like his... let's mitten it first. Also, I feel like his hand is... Well, first of all... Let's think about this. This is the only bane of my existence, is when people give furries hands. Not that I'm saying this isn't a good design, but it is definitely what I have the most problems with on furries, is when we have real hands. See, that's not in the right pose. It's like he broken. Yeah, I'm gonna look up a hand reference 1 second. Allow me to look up a hand reference really quick. BRB. I like when people just post pictures of their own hands. I'm like, thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, that's perfect. This person has the most perfect hand pose. They took a picture of their own hand just for me. Every time I search for hand references, you think of Kira. Stop. Stop. Not the hands. See, the problem with using hand references is that sometimes I'll overcomplicate them. It's okay. I understand completely why you would think of Yoshikage Akira every time. That's fine for now. It's under his hand. No. This guy's about to go mad hoops. How do basketballs work? They look like this, right? Oh, good morning, Velocity. Good afternoon. It's just a giant baseball. Oh well. He about Kobe. Isn't that what they call it? Kobe? When you dunk and you don't even try. You get your 3-pointer. I don't think people say that anymore. It's 3 o'clock. Well, at least you're honest. Wait, does he have boots? He doesn't have boots. He's got feetsies. He does have little rat feetsies. This dapper of a man doesn't even wear shoes inside the house. Well, you know what I mean. He can't even go to no shirt, no shoes, no service places. He washes his feet regularly. He's like the, isn't it like a Turkish bath or something that does, like, washes your feet and stuff? Or am I thinking of a different place? I don't like that foot. The basketball is sending me. It is kind of funny. Wait, hold on, let me... Oh my gosh. Once again, I have like a million windows open. Okay. Sorry, I had to get the ref sheet up on my, off of Photoshop so that I can have it and I don't have to keep looking over at it. The pose is kind of disgustingly perfect for the basketball, and I'm so sorry. This guy is obviously a fencing wizard. This guy just does fencing. I can spot a fencer OC a million miles away. Mostly because I have fencing OCs. In one of the little world building stuff, I have in my mind. They all like they're cats, obviously, but they use swords and stuff, but they all have different types of swords and all different types of swords play, all that stuff. One of them is a fencer. I haven't bothered to explain why cats decided that they need to use fencing instead of their claws, but you know. The same reason that my Khajiit in Skyrim doesn't use its claws and uses swords, I suppose. I think so for Warrior Cats Animated, I used to, like, part of the style team, if you support Warrior Cats Animated, sometimes there's, like, raffles or something. I don't know, like, a certain tier lets you get a picture of your cat, like, stylized. And a lot of people would just get their, like, actual cats stylized into the Warrior Cats Animated style, so I actually have a decent amount of experience. Like, I would always pick up one of the real cats. So I don't think I would cry. I mean, I would definitely simplify it. Yeah, I'm part of Warrior Cats Animated. I'm an assistant background director. But I'm also part of the style team. Oh yeah, your cat. I mean, she's not too hard, is she? She's just like a pointed cat. Yeah? Like a color point? A lilac point. Ooh, fancy. Oh, I gotta change my headphones. Is a black tabby? Is she like a... So when you say black tabby, is she like a brown tabby with like really dark stripes, or like a gray tabby with really dark stripes? Or is there actually such a thing as like a black cat that's got tabby markings? I honestly don't... I like cats, but I really don't keep up with, like, the actual terminology of specifically how to define a cat's coat. I can't say that ever really interests me to, like, specifically be able to point out exactly what genetics are in a cat. On one of my other lives, you mentioned making a Starless Clan map around Thunder. Would you actually host it? Yeah, if I made the map, I would host it. But I have an idea for one that's been staying... Okay, I need to just draw his cheekbone. I have an idea that has been staying with me for probably a better part of a year now. Usually, if I can't, like, I don't know. I haven't started working on anything to, like, actually make it a project, so... He's genetically a black tabby. Okay. Yeah, the only problem with me hosting maps is the drama of hosting maps is kind of insane nowadays, I feel like. And also, it's a volunteer project, so right now my volunteer time is taken up by other obligations. So I haven't been able to dedicate any time to like deciding to host another map. Oh, they would? Meh. I feel like the errands also, like, they say that, though. Like, would Silver Stripe be a black tabby? Because she's got, like, black stripes. That seems like a kind of an oversight, then. I kind of like how the errands do it, where they'll say brown tabby with black stripes. I'm not gonna lie, that seems like a lot more straightforward. I don't think any of us are voice actors, Birch. I'm sorry. I think most of us here are just artists. You can always voice act for yourself, though. I remember my first couple animations, I had to voice act for myself. I voice acted Ivy Paw and Squirrel Flight in the 4th Apprentice animations at the beginning. Sometimes you just gotta voice it for yourself. Actually, I don't know if the... Well, you have your phone, don't you? You can record on your phone. Oh, you're saying you're already voice acting for it. Hi, Saturn. Hairstar does have blue eyes now, you're right. I want to revisit my Hairstar design, so I probably will just wait until I revisit it all the way. Like, I basically want to revisit a lot of my A Vision of Shadows adjacent designs. Like, I would say Hairstar isn't a Vision of Shadows adjacent character, even though he has been a minor background character since, like, Omen of the Stars. He didn't really get any type of spotlight until A Vision of Shadows. And when I was doing all my Werecat designs, I feel like my A Vision of Shadows designs are like the weakest I did. Like that's why I was like revisiting the entire Pine Nose and Spike Fur family the other day. You guys want to see it? One second, let me finish lining this first. And then I'll show you. Oh, Puppy Kids. I posted it in the StarClan Chosen Discord. So you technically don't have to wait. It's literally right there. Hey, check the Discord! That's super dead that no one ever checks, even myself. No, I literally don't blame you. Oh, you're fine. I'll post it. Just give me a sec. I want to finish doing the lines for this first. Yeah, Panda Shine's on there. He doesn't really look like a panda anymore. He does in his face. I kept the face markings, the red panda face markings, because I honestly really liked them. But I liked having the cloud spots on his, on his back, because I feel like that's very Puddle Shine. What's your project for, Birchleaf? I don't think we ever asked you what project you're doing. I'm not gonna lie, I've had some map ideas floating around in my head that had like semi-voice acting in them. Do you guys remember the old Alley Cat Nia AMVs where there would be like a single line voice acted in it? I feel like that's really iconic, and I kind of want to bring that back. Yeah, I feel like I don't want like a full-on voice acted. I think that there have been maps that are just like voice acting. I don't want that. I just want like flavor voice acting. I specifically have a Stormfur map in mind, or a Stormfur project, really, where I was reading the monologue that Stormfur has in, I think it's in Dawn, and it's like the monologue he tells Squirrelfly or Squirrelpaw when he decides that he's going to stay in the mountains. Did I just do 3? Okay. And it's a really sweet monologue. That hand looks so good. You humor me, Mokusai. I'm so sorry. feel like the thumb's too big. Oops, I accidentally did the crop. Oh, but I don't want... Oh, I don't like that, though, because then it makes that weird tangent. Oh, welcome back, Maya. Welcome in, Mistpool. He's not really lunging, is he? Also, he needs a neck. I feel like it should go down like this. You think he's lunging? Okay, before I color this, let me name it. Edward. I told you guys I would show you the pine nose spike fur family line before I color this. Ta-da! I redesigned them all. This is pine nose. This is spike fur. Birch bark, who dies at like a year old, so they're both like shorter. Him and Lion Eye both die like they're probably only like a year old when they pass. Slate fur and puddle shine are the only ones that are still alive. Yeah, to be fair, I didn't redesign him. Okay, spike fur. How far did I get into? I feel like I'm redesigning them only because I don't want to design the wildcats. Thanks. I do like my puddle shine now. I redrew his like pose picture. Like my pine nose is just like I'll draw them with like these default poses, but then I like to redraw their like dynamic poses. But yeah, okay. Do you want shading? No, okay. Yeah, literally a family that no one really cares about, but I care. Smile. Designing cats is very addicting. Except for when it comes to wildcats. Literally haven't designed wildcats in like a million years. I designed one and then I was like, I give up. Although I did have an idea of how to differentiate the wildcats from the others, but it's not a design thing. I was thinking about like Scottish type things, and I immediately thought of oh goodness, what are they called? They're called crags? Not crags. They're called cairns. Cairns. You know the... Do you know the rock things? Like, here, let me show you. Do you guys know when you see, like, stuff like this? Yeah, the stones, cairns. You guys know when you see stuff like this? I was thinking, because for wildcats, they say that they get, like, spiritually much closer to their ancestors the longer they're alive. Well, what if each wildcat had their own, like, cairn that they continually add to as they live? And so, like, the oldest cats have, like, the largest cairns, and that means that they're the most respected. I don't know. I was like, oh, that could be a neat idea. you couldn't really show that on a design, but it would like differentiate them a bit. And it would show like how they respect like the elders of their group are like the ones that are in charge. So it would, oh, I need to draw his little buttons on his, I don't know. I thought that could be a neat idea. And maybe you don't get a Karen until you get your spirit guide or whatever it's called. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard. They just keep placing rocks on it as they grew. I don't know. It was just an idea. It was one that I settled on. I was like, I kind of like that idea of them having, like, their own little, like, stone structure that's kind of connected to the earth. When are you drawing the Storm Clan camp? Hello. Never. Out of the... So I already have, like... If you look at my Warrior Cat design blog, somebody asked me... People ask me all the time. But somebody asked me what... Like, if I would draw the Warrior Clan camp. Which is definitely the camp, other than Blood Clan, I get, like, the most requested to draw for... Honestly, like, no reason. Oh, he doesn't have a tail! You guys! He doesn't have a tail! Yeah, it could be by season. I'm just saying, like, I feel like having a more impressive cairn is an interesting idea. We're not getting, we're never, well, actually, Storm Clan Camp would be interesting, but I don't think it's going to be anyone's camp. So Storm Clan, when do you guys, yeah, I don't think they have a camp. They probably just, like, lived... Maybe they lived on, like, the camp that Greywing and Tall Shadow uses. Because that camp isn't, the, like, hollow or whatever. That's not Wind Clan camp. Wind Clan camp's the one that Windrunner finds in, like, Forest Divided. What happened with the pink nose? What do you mean? Yeah, Warrior Clan is somewhere on River Clan's old territory. I think it's by the old... I kind of imagined it by the old two-leg bridge. You guys remember that wooden bridge that separated... Like, it was how you could walk over to River Clan territory from ThunderClans. I kind of think, for some reason, it's right next to that bridge. Like, it's under it or something. Well, it's confirmed that they live on River Clan territory. From Grey Stripe's Vow, we know that he goes... Like, River Clan territory is left untouched. And that also confirms with, like, how River Clan didn't want to leave the forest because they didn't have any two-leg construction on their territory, yada, 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 yada. They were just, like, getting... Their fish were getting scared away or whatever. What do you mean, pink nose? I don't know who you're talking about. So it's like a park. Yeah, I could see it be a park. Well, yeah, it's probably... Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right, puppy. People want me to draw Warrior Clan. I don't think I've actually gotten asks to draw the Guardian Cats, which is surprising to me. Blood Clan is definitely the one I get the most asks about that I, like, will probably end up drawing one day. But you guys will have to force me down while I'm crying. Because it's gonna be so boring to draw, like, stuff. I just hate drawing buildings because it's so, like you have to use the perspective tool and it's just, it's not fun. It feels like work. Yeah, if I did Blood Clan, Scourge would be front and center, but I'd also have Bone front and center. I kind of want... Did Sox and Ruby just, like, get ousted by Blood Clan? Like, they never got to join? Or did Scourge finally let them in? Like, I'll have Barley and Violet on there. It was, like, in an alley or something. Oh, he has rings. Man, I am not catching details today. Oh, you're talking about Pine Nose. Yeah, they're right here. Pine Nose, Lion Eye. They're just designs I sketched. I wasn't working on them on stream, Maria. Today's commission stream. Everyone's cat has joined. Apple's probably taking a good old nap today. After she threw up this morning and I had to clean it up and she just watched me. Very rude of her. What happened to her? I believe most of her family died from Darktail. I believe Darktail killed most of her family. Including her. I think Spikeford dies afterwards. Yeah, she died. She was the foster mother to Violet Shine. Can we have photos of Apple? I don't have any photos of her on this computer. Let me look. me look to see what I just took a picture of her. Oh, actually... No, that's not. Where is she? Here we go. Let me email this to myself. Yeah, she's got 2 sons that are still alive. Yeah, Spiked Fur and Cinnamon Tail have kittens now. Yeah, that's what I had to clean up today. My cat had hairball. Cinnamon Tail. Yeah. The guardian cats have some good names. I like how when I send myself emails, it takes forever to load. Doesn't seem right to me. There we go. Okay, here's our picture of Apple for today. Baby. There she is. Me baby. Miss Apple. She just looks... She's very soft. I'm not saying this just because she's my cat, but she's honestly one of the softest cats I've ever pet. She's a little spoiled. She's pretty shy around people. She likes me and my parents and my sister because she grew up with them. And she's very schedule oriented. Like, I have to do stuff on schedule. Okay, like, she'll get angry at me if I go to bed too late. Like, if I'm not in bed by a certain time, because she's like, it's bedtime. And she's very demanding. Yeah, I adopted her. She was found in like a grocery. She was found in like a big parking lot. I don't remember like if it was a Walmart or something. And she went to like a foster care place, and I adopted her from the foster care place. So I don't know how old she was when I adopted her, but they think she was like 5 or 6 months old. But she is 14 now. So she's kind of old. Yeah, basically puppy. Apple is... Actually, I think she's 15 now. Because I got her... I think I got her in 2009? But she gets very angry. She'll start biting things if she wants her treats and she doesn't get him in a timely manner. She's a very schedule-oriented little lady. She came after or she came before Apple Star. Yeah, sorry, I'm sure Apple Star was based off of her. It was like around almost the exact same time. But before I had her, my name was Penelope, was my username. Because I had a hamster named Penelope, who was named after a character in Hamtaro. Your dogs are spoiled, but they're more crybaby about it. I don't have any dogs anymore. Our family dog passed away in 2018, I think, and we never had one after that. And I just don't really... I'm not a dog person, obviously. I like my dog. I feel like that's the difference between dog people and cat people. It's if everyone likes their own pet, but if you like other people's pets, is like the thing. So I'm not a dog person because I don't particularly enjoy other people's dogs. I liked my dog. Apple Star was my OC. And it was the name of this channel before I was Nifty-Senpai. It was Nifty Apple Star. I think we're done. Oh wait, whiskers. My voice. I'm glad someone likes my voice. Because I hate editing my own voice. I tried to do like a... Oh wait, I need to do the other part. I tried to do a speed paint like while I talked over it, and I could not edit it for the life of me. I was like, shut up. Like, please stop talking. Right. Yeah, I used to have a OC, but yes, Apple is now just Apple. Like the one in my YouTube icon. I think we're good. Do you see anything, Mokusai, that you'd like changed? Oh wait, I never finished the other... Ah, man. I'm probably going to have to take a quick stand-up and stretch break after this one. We still have 2 more to draw after this, but they should be pretty simple. I feel like one of them really wanted to be in chat when I did it, so I might message them. I know I've seen routes on stream though. Edward. Everyone's OCs are always like super cute when they like send them to me. I haven't had like a bad OC yet. I know on my I know on my coffee, I have it like, I have the right to refuse your commission. But that's basically like, never happens if you have like a good OC. If you had like a really weirdly disgusting OC, I'd probably be like, no. Let me make sure that I send this to you over coffee. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So we have mark that as completed. Few details. Okay, Nikki is Nikki and okay, Nikki's here. Perfect. Nikki just has a regular warrior cat OC. But it's also beautiful. I will take a quick break. I'm going to... It'll just be a couple minutes. I just need to stand up and stretch because I've been live for, I don't know, like 3 hours and I haven't stood up and stretched. So I'll be right back. Let me write BRB on the screen. I know this design's adorable. I'm just gonna do some quick stretches for my shoulders and I will BRB. I return. Hello. Okay. Stretched out my shoulders. My shoulders always get like... I feel like I just start going closer and closer to the screen as I draw. He's usually flustered. So do you prefer, Nikki, do you prefer the one that I have on screen right now? Because there's another one that's like a gray cat. Is that just the old one? On your toy house. The other one's an alt design. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Sounds good. He's so round. Round. She's so... I kind of want her to do the little blip. Yeah, I don't know what this music's from. It says that it's from Evo, Search for Eden. I've never heard of it though. I feel like she shouldn't be looking up though. Like she should be like... looking at us from face on. My favorite Warriors design I've drawn. I am quite satisfied with my River Ripple and my Dark Tail. But I'm also very satisfied with like my Blue Star. My Blue Star is pretty much how I see her. Getting a drink of water. It's like the Breaking Bad episode with the fly over there, Puppy Kit. Sorry, I just used your full name. I meant Puppy. Nah, she doesn't look like flustered enough. Like, I feel like she should go like... I don't do art trades. Cinnamon Tails, mate is Slate Fur. They're multiplying before you even have a chance to... There's definitely shape patterns that I reuse over and over, Coscott, but it does help to be like very experimental with designs. Like, even if you don't like the end result or something, like, you should follow through with it just to see if it does end up somewhere. Don't you find it weird that... Have we had... Yeah, I guess we've had fleas and ticks. Like, sitting here like we've never had a fly in Warrior Cats. Isn't that so weird? I know, fly whisker, fly star. Fly tail. They never chase flies. They chase feathers. They chase toads. For some reason in A Vision of Shadows, like, ThunderClan Camp has, like, a bunch of frogs that the kits chase around, and I'm like, ooh, this never comes back again. Can we bring back the frog chases in camp? They don't... Okay, that's the thing I didn't get. Don't they not have fireflies in England? In A Vision of Shadows, there's a firefly. There's fireflies that happen. Isn't that crazy? I don't think that fireflies are native to England. There aren't a lot of species that are native to England. Not gonna lie. Yeah, they tried really hard at the beginning to only do like British animals, but by A Vision of Shadows, I feel like they kind of haven't been adhering as well. They're called glowworms. Glowworms are like the larva. Like, have you guys ever seen firefly larvae? You'll find them in the grass, and it looks like there's glowworms in the grass, but it's actually just their larvae. I don't think it's ever mentioned in the books that it happens in England, but the authors are British, and they have stated many times that it takes place in Britain because of like the wildlife that they add and stuff like that. And they based the forest territories are specifically based off of a forest in southern UK, I think. Now, we get cats that have the name Wolf, but I feel like they were just like made in, I don't know. They never saw the real wolf until Ivy Pulls Heart, technically. And there's never been a live wolf in the clans. They've just named cats Wolf. Maybe there... I'm trying to think if there's like wolf is used in any other, like a bird is called like a wolf bird or something, like how you have wolf spiders. But I don't think that there is. Yeah, deers too. They act like... Yeah, they act like there's deer in the woods, and there have been multiple instances of like deer being used as a prefix, but yeah, deers don't live in the UK. Yeah, maybe it just started when wolves were back in England. I kind of like the bleep though. With loners and rogues in like the 1500s. Unfortunately, cats were being run over by cars in Dawn of the Clans, so that really limits the time frame that warriors could have started. Can you imagine if cats What if the cats in Dawn of the Clans didn't get run over by cars, but they got run over by carriages? Huh? Huh? I feel like if they made the cats get run over by carriages, it would be such a larger timeline. I went to a carriage museum in Michigan. I went to Mackinac Island, and in Mackinac Island on Lake Michigan, there's no cars allowed on the island, so they still use like horse-drawn carriages and stuff to get around a decent amount. And they have a carriage museum there. Did someone have a dream about a workout villain who was a horse that... What? Why does this sound so familiar? I feel like that was said in my stream at some point. A malicious two-leg. Yeah. There's been a couple of books where the two-leg has been the final boss. Actually, recently I can only think of two. Just Ivy Pulse Heart and Grey Stripe's Vow, and only one of them had like super malicious intent. Dude, I thought we were gonna get the human, like, ripped to shreds by the coyote wolf thing in Ivy Pool's Heart. Like, I was like, I hope they don't do that, because that's gonna be a brutal scene. I'm like, there's no way. Yeah, there was this scene in A Vision of Shadows in the first book. I only remember it because I just read it, where people were like, they were next to a road and there were a couple of cars legitimately throwing things at the cats. But I'd say that was probably the most malicious, other than the Ivy Pool's Heart two-leg. I would be terrified, honestly. If I saw that, I wouldn't be terrified, but I'd be like, this is crazy. This is way too many cats together. What if they, like, cornered you in the woods? Start biting you, clawing at you, and I don't know, maybe one of them has rabies. I feel like if a warrior cat started attacking you and like a bunch attacked you with that, you'd be like, they have rabies for sure. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me that deer don't live in somewhere. In Ohio, deer are like literally an invasive species. Maybe the real rabies was the friends we made along the way. I think I want to do another line on the side of her face. I can't say I've ever seen a wild wolf. I've seen wild coyotes. But I don't think I've seen a wild wolf. I'm pretty sure they don't live around here. Where the entire conflict was humans realizing they had like 1 million of cats in the forest and trying to trap them all. Can you like legitimately imagine? Like think for a minute. Can you imagine some place in the UK being okay with that many wild cats in a forest? There is no feasible way that those cats have not caused extinction of bird populations. No feasible way. There's like 200 cats living in Starless Clan. No joke. In a 4 miles. That's another thing that I've always had a really hard time visualizing. I'm pretty sure it's because there's not an answer for it, but like how big exactly is the territory of these cats? Like how big is this lake? Because I feel like it changes size every single arc. And in like A Vision of Shadows, when they're showing Alderpaw and Sparkpaw around the lake, they're like, River Clan lives all the way over there, and it's like a speck, basically. And but the lake is big enough that it has 2 boating ramps, right? They have 2 boating ramps. Actually, I think they only have 1 boating ramp, and they have 1 like fishing dock place. So it can't be that big if it only has 1 boating ramp. But it's big enough to have a boating ramp. So it's big enough that there are boats on the lake. And the ThunderClan Lake Camp is in a quarry. Yeah, and then it's like the territory is big enough that Sky Clan was able to also like get a sliver to the lake. I don't know, it's so weird. Yeah, you see how. Now, to be fair, the forest territories, with the size they are, could feasibly probably not sustain the absolute size of the groups they are nowadays. Like Wind Clan might. But the ThunderClan hunting grounds, and then you're like, oh, well, SkyClan was there too at some point. It's like, gee, money. I don't know. It's so hard for me to visualize the scale. And then there's this thing where it takes, so the apprentice quest happens and it supposedly takes like maybe 2 weeks for them to get to SkyClan and then 2 weeks to get back. Like they're probably, the whole journey from the gorge to the lake territory is about 2 weeks. But then in Thunder and Shadow, they go on a quest and get to the gorge and they're back within 2 weeks, which means that it's actually just a week apart. I mean, for cats, that's a lot, I guess, but it's just like, what? I don't know. Yeah. I know, Nikki. I'm fixing it right now. I just wanted to get the main shape. They claim that the Great Journey takes them a month. They didn't say how many miles it takes for them to get to the lakes, but they say that they said it takes them a month. So it takes them a month to get from the old territories to the new territories. But cats have definitely done it in a shorter amount of time. Like, I feel like people have taken only a week to get there. Yeah, ThunderClan has way too many mouths to feed. I mean, it doesn't really matter how big the territory is, I guess. But it matters to me. Like, from a storytelling perspective, it doesn't matter. But the lake is big enough, it blows my mind, because the lake is big enough that you can't see RiverClan territory from the ThunderClan lakeshore. But it only takes like an hour for them to walk around the lake to the Gathering Island. It just doesn't make any sense. That's like what bothers me the most. Or it just doesn't seem like there's any sort of... I'm gonna be so mad because the entirety of Ivy Pool's Heart's journey is going to take them like 2 weeks at most, probably. Like, they're gonna be back within a month. But in reality, the Ivy Pool's Heart map is one of the largest maps they've ever made. Like, it's larger than the Great Journey map. Which would mean that they feasibly couldn't have done that in like more than 2 months. Like, less than 2 months. Yeah. I think they based the journey off of, they were like, oh, well, cats can probably travel like 5 miles in a day if they like set their mind to it. That's what they said that they were basing the journey off of. They were like, it took a month and they can travel 5 miles a day. I don't know. I just wish that there was some sort of stability in, like, how long it takes to journey from one place to another. Like, I wish they had... They should have, like, a event... They should have a timeline. To be like, if you want to get a cat to this place, it's gonna take them a month. Yeah, they'll be like, oh, well, no one ever really touches this part of our territory. I don't know. It's so weird. Okay, what are we thinking, Nikki? I don't like that tail. I want to like I want to make sure. Kind of want it to look like this. I kind of want the tail. Kind of want this to be convex. Yay! Okay, I'll send it over. Cloudwing. Wing is a good suffix. I feel like we don't get it as often as we used to. Beat this game and you wanted a Yoshi world. It's so sad. Me and my sister played the heck out of Mario Galaxy. She'd always want to be the wait, hold on, I have to find this. She'd always want to be like the little star person that just like collected the star bits. And then I had to control the Mario. Okay, is Rolt still here? Oops, I never changed it to Riki the dog. The red cat is in the town. Yeah, I hope that Ralt is here. Let me see if they mind if I start their commission off stream, or not off stream, before they're not here. No problem, Nikki. Quite enjoyable of a character. The little kitten. Yeah, Ralts wants me to draw these two play fighting as kittens. But I have to try to figure out what kind of pose I want to do. But they just want them all little kittens, so this one's a pretty simple one. I'll start it, and hopefully Ralts will show up, because they've been poking their head in throughout the stream. Let me actually grab a kitten reference. Ralts is here. Spins and circles. I'm just finding a proper reference for what I want. Let's see. Yeah, we like the little baby. The little baby. I like when people draw kittens, like newborn kittens, as what they like actually look like. Kind of gremlin-y. Yeah, I like drawing kittens too. I wish, honestly, not a lot of people when I do the simplified chibis, they actually want like a simplified chibi. Most of them just want their own character. Sorry if I'm not talking much. I feel like I don't talk very much when I start sketching. Trying to figure out what I want this other pose to look like. Oh no, you're fine, Ralts. You actually showed up just in time. I was going to message you on coffee once I started really getting going. If you weren't already here. Do they both have accessories? Or, because I see a couple of the pictures you sent me, they have ribbons and stuff. I didn't know if that was something you wanted added. Because some of them don't have accessories. Has a pink bow. So, like this picture? Okay. And am I correct in thinking this is one design and this is another design? Okay. So the glasses and the bow. Okay. The ginger is... Okay. Okay. So this one's caviar. And this one's Remy. Okay. No, you're fine. I was just making sure. No, you're fine. Sorry that I started so late. I should probably ask people what time zone that they're in. So that I can schedule, like, some people earlier just so that they can make it. I'm going to sketch out that hair. See ya, Birch. Good luck at school. I can't believe— Siri, you've been here the whole time. Isn't that crazy? It amazes me that there's people that have been here the entire time. Like, I feel like I'm not that interesting. Yuna's been here for a pretty long time. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That's good. I'm glad I can help people be productive. I'm a little— Do you want the hair, Ralts? Because you're also showing me a version without the hair. I almost feel like the hair is quite difficult to put on a kitten. No, you're fine. I'm gonna try. I just wanted to ask if you had a preference, because there's also a version without hair. I think I should be able to do it. Oh, you're fine. That's what I'm live for. So that people can bug me while I do them. Evil emote. The Sly Saga continues. Aw, thanks, Starzin. Oh, is it like a fruit fly? I always get those, and then when I'm like playing my Nintendo Switch in my bed at night and like all the lights are off, they all come towards like the Nintendo Switch screen, and I squish them on the screen, and like every single morning I have to wake up and clean my Nintendo Switch from like bug guts. That turned kind of horrific, I'm sorry. Oh, a whiteboard? That could be fun, actually. To do like a... I honestly feel like that'd be a good, like, if I had a Discord group. That'd be like a good idea for a Discord group call. I feel like if I hosted a live stream like that and didn't have like a private way of joining the whiteboard, I'd get a lot of trolls, honestly. And I don't want you guys to have to deal with trolls. It would remind me of like the I Scribble days with the trolls. This is karma for the fact try. Wait. What? Kind of. What was the leash? Like a piece of string, I guess? I was never the type of kid that, like, magnifying glassed ants or anything. Hey, Rappy. Haven't seen you in a while. I feel like she feels weird without, like, a single tooth. I am still streaming. This is my last commission for today. So after that, I will be ending stream. Wow, Puppy was like a ninja or something, I guess? And you're just now sharing this fact? This needs to be put on your resume. You were reading Dawn, but you put so I can write up some character bios for Dawn. Dawn is a book, that's for sure. Dawn actually has one of my favorite monologues in it from Stormfur. Oh my gosh, A's still here. Lurking. That's good. Actually, I kind of want the paw to look better. I also don't want their claws out. Even though kittens technically can't really control their claws that well. Hi, Lettuce. Yep, we're doing kittens. I used to catch fireflies in a jar. But I feel like every kid used to catch fireflies in a jar. Oh, okay. So I will add them back in. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. You're fine. Is that like an actual mutation that happens to cats? feel like... I don't know. I mean, I feel like if a cat didn't shed its claws, or like if it didn't... If its claws kept growing longer and longer, it would have to. That makes perfect sense. This commission was for 2 characters, so I think it was total to like 65? Do you have a reference for her tail? Or their tail? Is it me not even remembering my own prices? For Remy's tail, do you have a reference for like what it looks like? Because you said that they're not a tabby anymore. So I feel like the only reference I have for Remy's tail is the tabby version. Let me double check. Oh, is it this one? Is it this one? This looks like it might be it. Wolf Children. I've actually never seen Wolf Children, and that's one of my favorite directors. I don't know how I managed to not watch Wolf Children. I know, I need to watch it. I've seen a lot of his other movies. Well, actually, I think I haven't really caught up with his filmography. I've watched, like, Girl Who Leapt Through Time, Summer Wars, Actually, I think I have seen Wolf Children. Now that I think about it. I think I might own it on DVD. Wait, there's a manga? Oh wait, hold on, let me... I thought it was just a book. Or I thought it was just a movie. Was that... Did they come out before the movie? That film did something to my brain chemistry. Honestly, my favorite movie that guy has from that director is The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. I find that entire movie to be very relatable. I just find myself relating to the main character very easily. I also like Wolf Children, or not Wolf Children. I like Summer Wars. Mostly because I like how it portrays like a really big family. Yeah, sure, you can send it to me on Coffee. I don't think you can send links through YouTube. No, you're fine. We're just chilling here. Let me check my Coffee links, though. Okay, I'm getting these. Oh, you're sending me a bunch of stuff. Ooh, I like this other character you just sent me. I don't know if you meant to send it. But I quite like it. You're fine. So in this picture you sent me, the bow's on her head. Is that just like the anthro version? Do you still just want it on do you still just want it? Okay. You can tell that I've been streaming for a little bit too long because I can't form sentences anymore. I don't know how people like stream for like 8 hours daily. I feel like I'd go nuts. This is definitely not one of my longest. I've gone 6 hours before. It would have been one of my longest lives if I had to shrink it so that I only do 5 commissions a stream. Or super spiky, okay. Yeah, I had to shrink it so I only do 5 commissions a stream because when I was doing 6 commissions, I was going until like 7 p.m. and I was hungry and I was not vibing anymore. Yeah. Very much self-care. No problem, Roltz. I'm calling you Roltz because that's what you responded to on Coffee, or like that's what your Coffee name was, but if you want me to change it to something else, let me know. Oh my gosh, my second headphones are dying. That's how you know it's been a long stream, because I've gone through my 2 sets of headphones. Good thing my other one is already charged. I have so many line art layers on this piece already. I don't know why I'm having so many, like, it's like I'm using a new line art layer for every single body part or something. It's just one of those days. I feel like with kittens and with double, with poses with 2 or more cats, I always use like a lot more line art. Yeah. It's easier to like move stuff around if like you come into a weird tangent if you have like multiple line art layers. But I don't name them, so then I just have like 1 million line art layers, and then it's like I'm not even, I don't know. Yeah, the contract disputes are affecting maps, but I feel like it will be resolved. Because I feel like since it's affecting the American audience, YouTube will resolve it. If it was like affecting some other audience, they probably wouldn't be as keen on solving it as quick. I don't know if I feel like the belly should be... I am using CC 2024, I think. Please. Which line art did I draw this on? I don't like that. And only this year you just played. I can't believe it took you so long. Yeah, that part is based off of Persona 3 FES. Like the Aigis chapter. I don't know if they're gonna add that to like the remake. But I think that they did say they were gonna add that to the remake eventually. I haven't played the remake yet. I need to. I just don't have the time to sit and dedicate like 100 hours. Because like once I start playing Persona 3 Reloaded, I'm not gonna be able to stop, you know. Oh yeah, the music, I'm sure it's killer. I'm sure it's amazing, and I'm glad that everyone can experience Persona 3 because it's like my favorite Persona 3, like it's the best story. So I'm glad that it's renewed the vigor for Persona 3. Yeah, I did hear the drama of like episode, I guess, being like $40 on its own or something like that. Insane, like, Atlas scam. Oh, it was only like 20 bucks? Well, 20 euros. Yeah, I've just been too busy with life to play a Persona game right now. I feel like I wouldn't be able to dedicate the time I know the game desires. I miss gaming as well. Yeah, it is a game. I mean, it's a JRPG, so unless you're willing to sink like 100+ hours in the game at an unreasonable amount of time for like an adult, it's just like unfeasible. Pokemon Black. I've been playing Splatoon, which fits into my schedule because like the matches are like, I like doing salmon run, and the salmon runs are only like, I don't know, 8 minutes max, 8-10 minutes. So it's like, okay, I'll just play a salmon run, and then you don't have to, I don't know. I play a lot of games that are like roguelites where maybe it's like an hour and it's a full run or whatever. Wait, you catified Red Dead? Wait, hold on. So you have cat cowboy designs out there and you refuse to show them to me? I haven't played Hades 2. I started Hades 1 because it was on sale for like $8. And so I got it, finally. You know, like 5 years too late for anyone to enjoy it with me. I honestly need to see the Cat Cowboys. You had a lot of... Yeah, I had a lot of free time too. I drew 1,400 cats during lockdown. So I also had a little bit too much free time on my hands. Let's see. Okay. Need to fix their ears too. Hello, Zenith. I could see Red Dead Redemption characters being horses. That's actually kind of funny. I gave my kitten glasses. What will they do? 1 second, let me grab this ref sheet again. Oh my goodness gracious. Mob Psycho is a lot of my friends' like favorite animes ever. One of my buddies catified Mob Psycho. At some point. Wait, these are actually Mob Psycho OCs? Like that I'm drawing right now? You should have started with that. What does having a Mob Psycho OC entitle? Do they just have like some sort of psychic powers? Okay. I haven't even like considered the fact that I could have a Mob Psycho OC, and it's like suddenly the world is open to me. Is water? Like, this is such a big brain revelation for me. Like, I can have Mob Psycho OCs. It's fun once you realize. I need to... Okay, can I admit something? I've never finished the Mob Psycho anime. I read the manga, but I never actually finished the anime. I feel like part of me wants to like keep the anime as something I could finish for forever in case I ever have one day where I'm like, oh, I'm so sad, but I'll watch Mob Psycho and feel better type thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I read the manga way before. I read the whole manga when the first season came out. Like, I liked it a lot, so I read the manga. So it's like in the back of my mind, I'm like, I always have Mob Psycho I can watch if I'm ever feeling like sad. Oh, this all makes, it's all starting to make sense, Ralph. See, I'm so used to people giving me cat OCs and it's just being warrior cat OCs that I honestly just assumed that they were warrior cat OCs because that's usually a safe assumption for my part. But then when you gave me names that weren't warrior cat names, I was like, oh, well, maybe they're just like regular cats. I see it all. I can see clearly now. Yeah, I feel you, Ralt. I feel you completely. With the not having time to learn how to draw people. It might have helped. I mean, I have people OCs and I have a people story, but my people story is like, okay, what did I call it? It's called 9 Lives is like the term I use for it when I work on it, because it's about a bunch of college kids who get on an MMO where you can make an avatar, but your avatar is like a cat. And the gimmick of the game is that you only have 9 lives and then like your account's deleted or something like that. I don't know. That's as far as I got. And then I like started to I never actually made a story. I just made the gimmick. But in one of my OCs is like, he's very min-max type of person, so you make your avatar, and you wear clothes, but he doesn't care about fashion, so he just wears like this really god-awful like gaudy outfit that's like all min-maxy, and everyone's like, dude, we can't even look at your OC, it's so horrible. And then I have another person that didn't understand how character creation works, so when they made their avatar, it's just like the default round cat face avatar, and everyone makes fun of him. So he gets like really good outfits. He has some stellar outfit combos on his default avatar face. Yeah, we might have to have someone who's sparkled on. Yeah, I never really decided how the MMO having 9 lives would actually like matter to the plot or anything. I always liked Reagan. I'm a normie. I don't believe Arden makes Warrior Cat designs anymore. I think that they're doing their own thing right now. Like doing stickers and doing a lot of like stuff. I think they're not really active in the fandom at the moment. I think they're still trying to get their maps done, but that's about it. Okay, I'm sending this over to you, Ralt. Let me know if anything needs changed. But other than that, I think I might be done, you guys. Oh, no problem, Ralt. I'm glad you like it. If you do see something in the next couple days, just feel free to text me on coffee and I'll fix it up for you. Especially since you were the last one on stream, so I might have not been able to catch everything. But yeah, I am done for today, guys. I appreciate everyone who commissioned me and anyone who stuck around and kept me company. I'll be back on Tuesday. I will either be doing the Dawn of the Clans poster or, I don't know, something Warrior Cats. We'll have another Warrior Cat stream. Just depends on what I feel like. I thought this was, Megalovania for a second. I don't think it is, but for their 1-star confession designs, yeah. They didn't do 1-stars. I don't think they did 1-stars confession. I think the last book that they designed for was Leopard Star's Honor. So that isn't a thing. See ya. Bye. See you on Tuesday if you're here. Bye bye.